Hola a todos. Es un placer estar aquí.
Greetings, it's a pleasure to be with everybody. I hope you can hear me. You know how to do things. I see some people look a little bit lost. So, well, so that my panel goes smoothly, those who wish to hear me can put the first caller, which is the one in purple and then blue for English. For Portuguese, the one in green. And then original is black. Very well. Since it is the first time we're doing a silent conference, we know some people are taking some time to put on the headsets, but of course, be welcome to this panel and welcome to PPP Americas, those who are here not only in person, but also those people who are here virtually. In this panel, we're going to explore how we can be a key tool for development of our conservation and development of our forests and parks. We're going to just talk about financing, governance, and present models that have been achieved to appropriate and efficient management. Now, let me present my panelists. I'm going to do a short review of them because they are such experts that we are going to be here all morning. If you want to know more, I invite you to see in PPP Americas 2025 website. It's my pleasure to Jan Hamado Guerrero, who's Superintendent for Solutions at the Inter-American Development Bank of Brazil, with lots of experience in financing planning of infrastructure. And he's an economist for the University of Sao Paulo, for master with the University of Rio de Janeiro. Welcome. It is a pleasure also to have Pablo Amarillo for Canas de Cardenas in Colombia. He is a graduate of Universidad de los Andes from London School of Economics. And it is an honor for you to be here with us as well. I also wish to present to the Vice Minister of Strategic Development of Natural Resources of the Ministry of the Environment, Raquel Soto, who is a biologist with more than 50 years of experience in environmental management and in natural resources, with specialization in evaluating of economic impact as well as strategic administration and management. Welcome, Vice Minister, and Ivan Jorovic, who I hope I said name correctly, was a Croatian last time president for South America for ecology assistance with a solid trajectory in such as infrastructure, mining, and solutions for geospatial solutions. Commercial engineering and master finance in Adolfo Ibáñez University in Chile. Thank you for being here with us today, Ivan. And finally, Rafael Ocas, who's a regional manager of sustainability and structuring of WACP Peru. He has more than 20 years of experience in infrastructure, mining, construction, financing of projects, and banking, both public and private sector. Thank you, Rafael. Well, I believe everybody knows how these panels work because our national ceremony have explained to us. But we're going to elevate a question with a dynamic that people of the audience who's here with us today, as well as a person who's here now virtually, will be able to ask a question. So the first question will be asked by me, and then you can choose the second question which will be made. And then I will help you for you to put the question on the screen and I can explain which one it is. So our three options is how can PPPs contribute to conservation and development of parks and forests while ensuring involvement and generating opportunities for local communities. What strategies and tools can be applied to mitigate risks in park and forest conservation projects? And what innovative financial instruments can make these products more attractive for investment? So I asked everyone to cast their vote now so we can see which will be our winning question. So I begin for first round of questions, and then I am going to change to Portuguese so that people can help me there. Well, given your vast knowledge, how can PPPs contribute to financing of parks and forests? Can you tell us a bit more about your experience in Brazil? Well, greetings everybody. Thank you, Carol. I believe that it is important to indicate that this association with NDS Brazil and PDM in the Agency of Forests and Parks. It is a pleasure to share this experience with you. And there are three questions that motivate our panel from the Brazil experience. It is a quite particular experience, and it helps to as a learning experience for all our neighboring countries. So how are we developing the agenda of preservation along with PPPs in Brazil? Well, Brazil, due to its territory, is full of tropical and Amazonian forests, and as such, it presents many challenges for preservation of said forests, especially in a sustainable manner that can generate income to the population. Said populations that live around these forests. So we are betting along with the federal government and with other governments of the in the Amazonian, with other states near the Amazon to for two models of exploration that are sustainable in the Amazonian forests. And first, that we know that it's more of a sustainable management model for wood exploitation of native species in such a manner that this exploitation or this use can generate wood for a market that will demand or requires the wood and needs to be sure about the origin and certification as well as the quality of said use, sustainable use of said wood. This model makes it for an investor make wanting use of this makes obtains the use of this resource and perform some payments as well as the government performs some payments to ensure that these are used in social investment for the population. The other model which we are also beginning or to use is a more sophisticated model. This is to fix or to recompose those forests that have been degraded and we're placing a better lot in the recovery of said forests. It is a focus that is more complex because it means we have to replant said forests with native species. And remuneration is modeled based from the sale of carbon. So this involves this market of carbon, which is in the regulation phase in Brazil. We are now currently working in a non-regular market. It is voluntary right now, and the complexity of this model involves a more risky involvement because we have return that takes time, and the risk would forest risk, which is rather proper to the forest. So our organization is has proudly launched, along with Petrobras, we have prepared an agreement in which many solutions for financing were created. One for Petrobras, which is a great purchaser of carbon, shows the market interest in purchasing. And this pattern, this standard was built alongside the BDS, and it is an appropriate pattern for the markets which we are developing, in which it will be necessary to perform reforestation. That is something that makes it viable for obtaining investments such as a bank such as ours. So there are many accounts left to provide a sustainability to this financial agreement, which will create an institutional standard such as risk assignation or allocation, responsibilities in said agreements, and said agreements will make it viable via the VNS and other banks to provide the necessary financing to rebuild or replant our forests. We are betting heavily on this, creating instruments in association with the private sector. We're talking about the market of carbon credits. Petrogras is like an anchor here, so and finally an agreement which also makes it viable and habilitates the population, so we're very happy for this. Thank you for your comment. So now we are now on the one, so you can take this into account. So right now it's been 4 years that we have been working together, as you also mentioned, in Brazil, in parks projects, forest projects, and this is considered so important that it is creating a good future and other areas which are going to be structured now. So it is a very important partnership. In this case, the BID is working along with the Forestry Service in Brazil at the federal and state level, and also with the Pará government, of which I have some friends present, who are looking at the possibility of creating a guarantee for the first concession of restoration, which was consented by the government of Pará this past Wednesday. So I wanted to congratulate you for this step, which they are going to be doing as the private sector. So, looking at your experience, how can they go into this? How can you manage the legal frameworks for everything, for different regulatory markets? As you know, we have worked a lot on this. So please, give me your experience, your perceptions, what you have seen in this region. Thanks, Caro. Thank you for this invitation to Lima, which the city looks wonderful. Four main elements to take into account. The first of all, regulations and general protocols. We have to avoid arbitration, as we call forum shopping. Very rarely do natural parks respect boundaries. And just to make sure that when we're talking about natural parks, we're talking about, in the case of this intervention, we're talking about large spaces of land. We're not talking about other private-public plans or schemes we have, such as the Central Park Conservancy or anything similar. We're talking about great public spaces of conservation of natural parks. So first of all, you have to have normal regulations to avoid forum shopping, and also to have mechanisms to prevent that actors can attack on remove protections from another part of the country. So another one, contractual regulations. The PPP agreements work radically different to other PPP contracts. The offtake schemes are different. The cash flow is different. In that regard, they have to have some risk mechanisms to resolve any controversy or dispute that may arise of disruption of components which are completely different. There are contracts that have to have, for example, the finding of natural resources in the sphere of influence of the said parks and how to protect or prevent that these natural resources are either not used or if they are extracted responsibly according to the resilience clauses they have. Second, the planning of communities. No PPPs for parks should be just a PPP. All park PPPs should be public-private partnerships and with the community aspect is very important for these kind of projects. In fact, you have to begin by asking yourself the questions as to whether the conservation scheme that will allow this PPP is at the very least very much superior to the pure community actions. Sometimes we fall into this error that PPPs work for everything, and this is something that is not so true. The relation of communities with their environment, with the parks that surround them, is transcendental to be able to see what are the risks, what are the norms to applicate conservation, what are the uses and traditions and customs that I can allow for different so that the PPP can be successful. So the message here is all development has to be done hand in hand with the neighboring communities to use local people as much as possible and to respect the customs, traditions, and usage. We have been cases in which natural species have replaced or displaced natural traditions and customs to others that are more expensive, so to say, from the environmental perspective. And also, bankability, PPP projects can be favorable to banks, and we have to use a creative in its structuring and its launching and use to determine what are the good mechanisms. And there's many different styles that we have spoken about. For example, the carbon market, it works perfectly. Bonds, we see conservation bonds, and also resilience bonds. How can an area that has been intervened resist to recurring events, for such as fires, sudden drops in temperature, and the establishing of KPIs in countries to be able to provide a prize or an award or to modify in a ticket value? What are the mechanisms that KPIs that I can have that are related? Crowdfunding planning, they can work really good with natural parks. They are atypical in PPPs, but they provide good results because there's a good relation with the environment that allows me to gather resources. Plans of support for corporate entities, payments for environmental services. For example, that we have this something similar in Costa Rica, and also something that has not been very studied, such as plans for Islamic financing that can also help me to have access to resources which typically I would not have in a region, and it can be quite useful to be able to complement current action. So, four elements that are central to having a structuring. First of all, avoid from shopping and to have activities most or more or less the same. And second, a lot of work in contract design for KPIs. Third, always hand in hand with communities. And lastly, to have the to have all your actions be favorable to banks. So they take a lot of work, but they are quite possible to achieve. My apologies. I didn't have everything corrected. And now it's good that we have been working with the Institute of Biodiversity, but also hand in hand with Minam and also Suriname. And we try to build this regulation and to work actively with the community. So both the community as well as what types of financing will do in parts of, if here we're talking about the Amazon region, which are really large regions, and they don't have, for example, would have a natural access per se to this. So there's this issue about financing. So I'm very happy that the PPP of the BID are working hand in hand with BDS and with the biodiversity in Brazil, but also with we have signed a technical cooperation agreement with Suriname and Minam to perform or to do or to carry out some projects. And as we finally have seen that almost everybody have respected time. So please, your commitment for this. Now, in what way do PPPs can incorporate new models of business that can use emerging technologies to promote management of natural parks, and what can we use as an example, a case study? Thank you for this. We are convinced that to be able to generate financing or sustainable financing on the long term for conservation of parks and forests, we citizens have to provide support these initiatives intensely. And the end, it is only citizens either who will finance it either directly or indirectly. Now, citizens in general, even though there has been a lot of progress, raising awareness of conservation, there are certain barriers which have not surmounted yet. They have to do with how tangible is this concept of conservation. What happens? A person can buy, or a company can buy, advice, investment, or the support in conservation projects, or that provide support for government that is very committed to said subject. And these companies or these governments perform these initiatives, they finance these projects, but this isn't necessarily something that the citizens can see or feel. So we have developed a very innovative concept that can add tangibility to these concepts and everything that is linked to the conservation of the forests and parks. Essentially, what we have done is to develop a model in which, via the combination of sensors of virtual reality, we can create a digital representation of the forest, in which we can include the information about the volume, the biodiversity, and what's most important is that we are capable of cubifying, and then we can make it tangible. We can provide it. We can deliver it to people, and they can see how conservation is evolving. So this if it is really happening or not happening, and that is something that will really make people grow together. And when they have this, they are capable of feeling the issue of conservation as something that is tangible. Now, when we're talking about this, it's called the Green Cube. When we cubify it, that is the initiative that we have. When we cubify it, what is it we are capable of doing? Open up new options for financing, which is for carbon markets, but it's voluntary, but all campaigns with SDG or companies that can provide something more other than just a value that appears on the national memoir. So we just launched this last year, and one example for this where we began to do this Green Cube was in Costa Rica, in a region called the subtropical station Gamba, along with the University of Vienna. We were able to capture a digital representation of 500 hectares, where we transformed it into something that was 120 million cubes, and these cubes are available for purchase, for transactions, etc. What happens afterwards to this tangibility and representation are various models for financing that can also even include cryptocurrency, which are much more tangible and quite interesting than everything that it just appears on the website. And I believe that I'm gonna leave, since you told me that I had to hurry up, but since we are a little bit behind, I'm gonna leave the music. So I don't know what to say. Wow, I earned a minute. I understand. I understand that you cannot just buy a star and give it to your son or something similar. In the solar system here, I can buy a green cube, and if I buy it, I am helping to preserve a part of my park and my forest. I believe that this is something that is quite powerful. It's like an advanced geosystems, and we can see how we can explore this in other areas of the region. So I thank you. And now I give the podium to Rafael. Given the recent study that we performed together, I would like you to tell us about what is it that we performed and how we can identify what are the public-private synergies in the Amazon, what is the potential we have from the synergies, and what is our current status? So please, Rafael. Rafael, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, so but first of all, thank you for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be in this event and to be able to talk about how can we use better the PPP mechanisms to provide an answer to public policy in essence. And well, first of all, a pleasure to be able to talk about the experience that we had in this study, which was done on behalf of the BID, to identify the use of the mechanism of PPPs for conservation, restoration of natural resources in the Amazon basin for ecotourism and sustainable ecoforest management in 6 countries of the region. We're talking about Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Guyana, and Suriname, the Amazon basin. It was very interesting because there were 6 realities who were completely different, but I believe that they helped us to extract certain challenges and some opportunities that were in common. And I would go from what Pablo was saying. I believe that we're effectively working on a different service, and that is going to other APPs. I come from from traditional PPPs of infrastructure, productive transportation, provision of public services for a different rate for the end user. Right? But the end user is all of us. It is a public good in sentence, and also everything is macro as well. So, and also the providers of service and the actors that are there for the provision of the service for the APP, which is usually a PPP, a typical PPP. You have a diagram and you have your SPV, you have your thing, you have your operator, and you have ProInsurance. We have many actors present. We're talking about communities. So we have our challenges, and I believe that here we're talking about communities where there's a lot of poverty, there is a lot of challenges that these communities have. We're talking about the need for infrastructure, we're talking about ecotourism, where we have a vision which can be rather romantic of going in search of the Amazon region, but to reach these spaces is not quite easy. There's no infrastructure, so right now we are in a period in which we want infrastructure, but we do not want to affect the vulnerability of the ecosystem. And there is a fragility that is present there.
And then, well, we present per legal activities in these areas. And I think this is something very common. And we have territorial issues that we've mentioned. We always find opportunities, and these are part of the PPP. But one of the challenges is the budget, or the lack of the budget, which is something common in the different countries that we've seen. The APPP gives us structure and financial sustainability to the operation and also to the service. And, well, this has to come from an involvement with the community. This is fundamental to be able to place this within the plan. This is something that we always have, but this is particularly critical because of the role that they're going to take on. These are key stakeholders or even providers of this service that they're creating. The conservation ideally is where they can be able to create jobs in the areas under the influence of the PPP. And another opportunity, which is typical in the PPPs, is the possibility to bring technology to be able to improve monitoring. And there is more and more technology out there to be able to measure how we're moving forward and how it is that we're being able to protect the biodiversity. And last but not least, I believe that there is very big opportunity. I think Palo Lenta mentioned this, everyone in general. The majority, it's for diversity. The habitat banks that are being developed and also bonds for residents. These are mechanisms that we have to be able to give them financial sustainability to a service that is critical. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Raphael, and thank you for having purchased a study, which is something that we had to have done in 6 months, and it took like a year and a half, perhaps, because we were really talking with over 50 in the countries, having better ideas and the legislation on them, and having a better idea of what the potential ones, and we're going to be launching them very briefly so everyone can have access. But I think it's key that communities are involved from the beginning, and this is also part of the conservation, for them to be able to be part of this, and for it to be long-term, to be able to have the control of the ecosystem and the entire system as so. And last but not least, Vice Minister Raquel, how do you believe have contributed in the environmental aspects of the PPP and strengthening parks and forests in Peru? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for the invitation. Ministry of the Environment, as every state entity, which are managers of the environmental management, has the job of creating regulations, and in this case for the environmental impact studies. And so all of the aspects that we regulate, they base themselves on functions, and in this case, this articulation with the environmental impact and the areas that are protected where we would like to make investments, it's fundamental to take into account all of the processes, mechanisms that have been developed and are adjusting based on all of the lessons that are learned. And to be able to put together an PPP, this starts or is born from an initiative which is a public investment project. And in the public investment project, we would like to close the gaps. And closing the gaps in this case to be able to conserve these protected areas, to be able to conserve ecosystems, to be able to recover these degraded ecosystems. And so it's very important so that the PPPs, ever since the beginning, they apply the hierarchy of mitigation, which is early intervention of the environmental aspects from the design of the project, not just the environmental aspects, but the social environmental aspects as well. I believe that the strengths that the procedures have in our country at the moment is that we've developed an entire mechanism of citizen participation that is very important and is very close to our communities, our farmers communities and our indigenous communities that don't want to be beneficiaries, is trying to break this scheme. They want to be partners and strategic allies in this case for APPP. And they are very knowledgeable about how it is that they have to work in these very sensitive areas where obviously they contribute to the conservation of our ecosystems, to our species, to our genetic biodiversity that as countries we're very proud of. They are the main protectors and guardians of these resources in the territory. And so I'm going to highlight and back up everything that the panelists have said, that the social aspect is very important in these projects, but more than seeing them as just projects, they are strategic partners because they, in the territory, in the Amazon, in the protected areas, we can see experiences of carbon markets and also the mereces, which is the retribution of ecosystemic systems where they already participate in these spaces. So if we're going to be developing a PPP, at least in the conditions in which we find Peru, we have to have this diversity of mechanisms. Well, They are financial mechanisms that have to complement everything to be able to close the gap of the protection of a protected area. If we're talking about this mechanism for protection that has certain particularities, specifically in regards to early interventions, so that we can develop or go deeper into or develop a project that have to comply with everything, like emitting a pre-compatibility and then emitting the opinion of the binding parts. And so all mechanisms, when we develop a PPP, we have to take into account the 360 degrees, especially identifying the impacts and the risks that if the private partners want to invest, it's important to identify these to be able to establish the measures and to be able to control them. Because the idea is to, as a country, be able to, through these mechanisms as PPPs, to close this gap, which is so important for us, and to contribute to these type of sustainable activities, so that we can really see these benefits in practice, and that our local condition and our local population are participants and find themselves benefited by this. And we're going to be able to, this way, have sustainability. Excellent. And what strong words. The communities are allies. I think that this is one of the lessons that we have in this panel. And thank you. We count on you to see how it is that we can, with the tools that we already have in the country, everything you've mentioned, the carbon footprint and everything, we can bring more financing to be able to close this gap in environmental protection in Peru. And, well, I'm very excited to be able to work in this area and in the country. And for those that have known me, I've worked here for the last 8 years, and I'm very happy that now we're also going to be able to work on subjects regarding like the Amazon, which brings a new heart to everything. So thank you. Thank you very much. And now we're going to see more or less the results of our audience. What is a question that we're going to give everyone? Let's see. These are the questions. So clearly, the public has chosen. 82% of our public has voted that what financial instruments, what innovative financial instruments can be more, make these projects more attractive for investors. So, well, we've had international work, travel, and after that, you have to be able to face this. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the preference of the question. I think it is very important. It's going to motivate other conversations in the panel and others. There is one thing that in the last events and in international events that we've been going to as a country, especially in the COP in Cali last year in Colombia, we really sort of promoted biocredits, right? When we're still not really out of that, we still don't understand carbon markets that much. And this is something that is very big and strong. It's biocredits, and this is an instrument that many investors are asking us about. And I think that as a country, we have to prepare to be able to take on this challenge. I think that this could be a financial instrument that is very important. Now, through CERNAM, we've been working on similar mechanisms with environmental compensation, environmental impact studies. There are like 8 examples or experiences that we've been working on, but this subject regarding biocredits, these are very closely related to mereces. These are linked to the conservation of biological conservation, and so we do have this agreement in conservation. We have voluntary sort of conservation, biological conservation in protected areas. And we're developing 1 or 2 pilot projects to see and have more information to be able to regulate this. This is very important because we have experience with sort of hydric subjects, and now we have subjects regarding biological diversity and also pollination, which are very closely related to these spaces. And it's not just linked to conservation, but also food safety and security. And so I believe that this is very important to have sort of this plethora of options when we're developing them. Thank you very much, Vice Minister. And I completely agree that these agreements for biodiversity are going to be instrumental. And then everything that happened in Cali, to be able to regulate them better, because of course we have so much to learn in the market. Carbon markets. Brazil is only just starting with regulating markets and others. But again, I insist, I believe that this is a tool that can be very important for natural parks, biological parks, especially like the Amazon. This is something that we have to focus on with the work that we're carrying out. Understanding what other mechanisms we have to be able to finance parks of this nature where we don't have a border which is that well defined. Thank you very much. And thank you for having accompanied us today. Let's give the Vice Minister a big round of applause, please. And I loved hearing that applause because there I can see, I don't think that more than the competition, but I think a lot of people are listening to us. So thank you very much for everyone that's listening to us. And now I'm going to give the floor to Jan. So maybe you can answer this question. Well, I mean, the opportunity is to detail the advance more. And the fact that we're working in Brazil for agreement to vice versa, the investment, the resources to be able to pay for services and biodiversity is being developed. And I think that the big experience in the entire world is regarding this. It's just that they are very specific agreements and they have a very specific demand case by case. What we have to work on here is to develop a solution to scale and financial accordance or agreement that can bring in banks as financers that demand these credits, and these are going to be either be for biodiversity or carbon. It's going to be this security or ensuring that this title corresponds and is executed and preserving and is generally or genuinely related to the positive things, and that this agreement has a division of risks. We're talking about reforesting, for example, and the risk of the forests taking slightly longer and to be able to come back, rebuild, or a fire, forest fire, something that could make this slower. So this is very well defined. We have to make an effort to be able to create an offer that is useful for all of these things and that can cover the financer, those that give the credit, and also those that are selling the credit. This is an agreement that can be scaled up, replicated, and we have bet a lot on this as a solution in Brazil for the forests, the federal forests, and also the state forests. And so I wanted to indicate that this is definitely a standard that we have. We're betting on this in Brazil. Thank you, Ian. And this is true. I forgot to sort of make propaganda for this. I think that apart from having worked together with national subjects, we're also working with local governments, projects for restoration of forests. Right now, I'm working with PPP. Perhaps it could have better planning on what areas could be given. And apart from that, to start working with other subnational governments. Once again, thank you very much. Pablo, so you can answer? Thank you. some ideas, some are the previous intervention. You see, the previous one would be advancing, moving forward, and turning the communities from beneficiaries into partners. And this is where the community is now becoming partners with all of the rights with this type of projects through mechanisms like different types of farming or having sort of corporate control on these types of projects, which are shared many a times, but also complete, but that they allow us to truly carry out the activities in the condition of partners. Some other things that I've mentioned, carbon bonds, for example, sort of schematics of cloud or crowdfunding, because these sort of models are very important. Other mechanisms, we have to have, tax mechanisms to be able to have conservation to diminish taxes when you generate some sort of mechanism for this. Now, resilience bonds, what areas, what are the forms to be able to measure the success and to contain certain environmental phenomena and to be able to viralize this. This is something that is very a good idea, to be able to generate some sort of biodiversity, access to different sources of credit and mechanisms for structuring that will allow us to be able to transfer the obligations depending on what companies in favor of these, or those that allow us to reach the regions, all of these together, I think that are very good ideas to be able to allow us to have financing for these projects. And it will allow us to have it in a much more coordinated way. Thank you very much, Pablo. And I think that, Ivan, I mean, it's very difficult for me, but Ian and Ivan, the same panel. I mean, it's making us change a little bit, but Ivan, crowdfunding was something that you mentioned, or he mentioned. This is something that has been developed, and it can be very important to be able to bring people to the table. Yes, of course, but going back to the flow of financing, and going to the point that I had mentioned before, we have a government that if we go out of the mandatory governments and we go to the voluntary markets, we have to be clear on who it is that's financing this directly or indirectly for the taxes for the government or through the different people. Oh, thank you very much, by the way. Thank you. So these are just citizens, and so as long as we're capable of just creating more awareness in people, awareness and long-term awareness, and for them to have the appetite, then we're going to be able to generate different models. And again, you had mentioned a subject regarding monitoring. Monitoring now, how it is that we can follow up with all of the projects and how it is that we can ensure that they are being effective and transparent. This is something that is very important for the community. And going straight to your question, when we carried out this project, one of the things that we're aiming towards, and probably, is crypto coins. It's something that is much more tangible, but we have to solve several things regarding that before we actually put it out there. Excellent, Ivan. And I believe that we are slightly more delayed. I think we're great on times, but I'm just going to give you the floor so you can help. Okay, look, I did come back a little bit, and this is an example that I believe is how we develop microfinances in the region and in Peru. In the case of Peru, I know it very well. we couldn't use multiple banking to be able to finance micro companies. We had to develop a methodology that was special, a specialized platform to be able to minimize all of the risks of the micro businesses or micro business people. And this starts with the analysis, it's a credit analysis that just was looking at the financial statements. It's just that somebody was going onto a motorcycle in the market and we have the stock, and this was the way that we had the microfinances and in Peru and in all of the world. I believe that the way that we are financing the APPs, the way we know them so far for traditional infrastructure, there are some that we can, and there are others that we believe that we require. We require more or less financial instruments, and we have the carbon credits, we have biodiversity credits, and we believe that we have a lot of potential. We are those that are from taxes, and there are some that come from our region, from Peru, and I think that there we have to work on both fronts. We have to be able to work in scale as we can, if possible, and also for those instruments that are specific that can help us. They're not always projects that are immense, and this is something that we have in the PPP. So there are interventions many a times that are very specific. Excellent. And I think I'm going to be able to summarize a little bit what's been said in very little words as time has gone by. But just what has been said, we have to carry out a key role, and this is something that's going to allow us to have better investment, and we have to have better natural spaces always together with our strategic allies, as the Vice Minister has said, which is the local community. So thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Agradecemos a los panelistas por aportar con su enfoque y experiencia.
We'd like to thank the panelists for being here and the focus, and we're going for the official photograph. Thank you.
Listo, muchas gracias. Por este lado, por favor.
Ah, no, estoy escuchando a alguien hablar. Español. Buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan bien los?
Good afternoon to the panelists. Hear me well? Well, good afternoon for everybody. It is a pleasure to bid you welcome to panel number 4, Illuminating Communities, Efficient and Sustainable Electric Energy. In this discussion, we will seek to look for opportunities that represent the PPPs as an instrument for investment and modernization of the electrical sector in the framework of proper electrification. And now we're trying to look for a proper electrification system. Now we'll have the perspective in the regulators and investors who will share their experiences with the future of the APPs in the energy sector. The composition of the panel is as follows. So I have the pleasure of presenting my first panelist, Andrea Prada. Andrea is a professional with a lot of knowledge in the sector and the finance sector as well. She currently is a director in Álvaros y Marsal, where she is a consultant for companies in the energy sector as well as governments for energy transitions in Latin America and the United States. She has done hydrogen, low emissions, renewable energy, and storage of energy, as well as financial analysis and strategic analysis for the taking of decisions of investment of large scale. Andrea, many thanks to participating in our panel. As second panelist, I have the pleasure of presenting Maria del Pilar Villacorta Ceroli. She is a leader in talent, culture, and business innovation in the energy sector. Currently, Maria del Pilar is the talent manager and business manager in BC Energy, where she is a leader for organizational energy strategies, human talent, as well as management in electrical infrastructure. She has leaded a lot of business leadership, and she is a reference for transformation in the region. Thank you for being here present. Also, we have from BID, Rafael Matestrillo. He's chief of the Andean region out of the sector of BID Invest, where he has led the strategy and investment in Latin America and the Caribbean. With more than 17 years of experience, he has managed the emblematic renewable energy projects and transportation, including in financing and sustainable infrastructure. With his vision and leadership, he has guided many projects, such as the first solar projects in Colombia and new energy transmission projects in the region. Rafael, thank you for your vision. As our fourth panelist, we have Paul Soma, a very well-known associate for PPPs and solution of disputes, with a lot of knowledge in regulation, tariffs, and energy project financing. Currently, Paul is associate in Santibáñez Abogados and manager in Energy Partners, as well as part of the Lima Chamber of Commerce. He's well known by the Lima 500, Chambers of Partners, and by the IFLR 1000. And his influence goes into the academic sector, where he has been a professor in many universities and director of the Revista Pedernal de Energía. Paul, many thanks for being here. And our fifth panelist is Silvia Dominguez financial manager in UTI, more than 30 years of experience in Uruguay in the energy sector. He has been leader of financial planning and treasury planning, as well as financial planning of the country, UTK, who is a reference for many of the sector. She has managed financial resources as well as her strategic management has been key to the modernization of the electrical sector in Uruguay. Silvia, thank you very much. Well, so once again, thank you to all our panelists. With the objective and finality of interacting with you, our audience, we're going to have a dynamic, which you have already heard it, but I'm going to return everybody, in which you can choose any of the following questions, which will be made for our panelists later on. The people who are live can do rotation via WhatsApp. People who are virtual can use a QR code that appears on screen. Here we have three options, and the option with most votes will be
Con nuestros panelistas más adelante. Así que los invito.
okay for our panelists later on. So we have now the options that appear either on your cell phone or on screen by using the QR code. So what are the options that we have? The first one, what do you consider to be the biggest channel for implementation of public-private partnerships in the energy sector in Latin America and the Caribbean? Second, how can PPPs accelerate energy diversification towards more sustainable and resilient systems in the region? And the third is, what incentives or innovative models can attract greater private investment in clean energy and projects and grid modernization? So we will wait for your votes to define which will be the question we will ask our panelists later on. Well, so let us begin then, as we have seen the discussions this morning on what has been going on. The energy sector in Latin America has been going through a process of transformation without any precedent, imposed by greater needs of sustainable energy, modernization of infrastructure, and the adoption of new technologies. In this context, as we saw in the opening, PPPs are a key mechanism to mobilize investment, to optimize project management, and to have more resistant and resilient energy networks with a modernization for transmission and public energy. PPPs allow us to use this private innovation and the strategy of the public sector to guarantee proper, accessible, and sustainable energy for the communities in the region within a framework of fair energy transformation and distribution. Once we have established this context, we'll begin the panel. Andrea, first with you. PPPs have been key for energy transmission in the sector, but they still lack economic stability and regulatory stability. So from your experience managing investment funds for energy transition, what are the main challenges that these PPPs have to promote sustainable energy in the region? How can PPPs improve integration of clean energy in the energy sector? Good afternoon. Thank you, Javier, and thank you for the invitation. Regarding the challenge of PPPs in a framework of energy transition, we observe that as a firm that accompanies all the viability, feasibility, and transmission of projects, we see main challenges. The first one is restriction of bottlenecks in the processes of consultation with communities. In each country of Latin America, the reality is a little bit different because there are indigenous communities. We have some that are either too concentrated or too distributed geographically. But despite the PPPs have helped to structure these projects with prior consultation, we have seen that they have turned into a greater challenge when we're trying to enter the consultation with the local communities when you go to to win projects of greater magnitude for the company, for the country, or have been suspended in each of these consultations we have had in these communications with the communities. A second aspect that is also important for the PPPs are related to the network restrictions. For these network of for this wave of investment that Latin America has used quite well, but we are now entering a phase in which the networks are not necessarily accompanying the growth of intermittent energy such as solar and wind. So we have a great challenge not only in the construction of transmission lines that also have a great energy, but also are used in places far away from consumption. But we're also experimenting into new challenges when it comes to power. When we have solar energy, there begins the consumption for 7, 8 at night. So this interval of time where solar appears and increases consumption, it's taking us to which generation projects to the under restriction or what they call curtailing due to a lack of transmission or to lack of consumption. So that is something that we are experimenting now for renewable energy. And a third challenge is, which we observe when we go into more institutional framework or optics, would be the integration of distributed energetic in our transmission line. So we see people are more empowered in taking decisions as to how to invest in its own generation and out self-generation. And this brings us to regulatory complexity of safety, of which parameters are we, operational parameters are we, for example, relation of frequency or voltage, can all communities work to obtain injection of to see what will be the system of credits and measurement of energies for them to be used or sold to others. So we observe a great challenge from the part of regulators at this moment of creating incentives so that communities can be also participative when trying to obtain new projects or new ideas of projects or concept of projects that can be key. So we're looking at all of the economy and the electrification of all of the economy. So this brings a saturation of an important challenge when it comes to how we can guarantee that the network will be trustworthy, that energy is fair at fair prices, and in that regard, we have everything that goes hand in hand to close that gap. Yes, and that is a very, very good about talking about the challenges of sustainability and the main projects that affect the economic feasibility of many energy projects. May it be that now going to you, being clear, what are the main challenges of your experience of NISA Energy? What are the best practices for the development of PPPs in energy transmission? Looking at the experience of NISA, how do you think this impacts in the use of energy when we see how a transition we have to increase trust, accessibility to the service? Yes, good afternoon. Well, first of all, I believe that it would be important to give you some context of ISA Energy in Peru and how it is that we, with more than 20 years of presence in the country, we have been developing multiple agreements with the state. Concessions which to date have taken us to have an investment more than $3 million when we are making a bet for the development. And PPPs, well, yes, true, is the enabler of development and investments of large-scale investment of greater challenge as well. In Peru, so to say, we have a presence in more of 20 departments. We also have presence in more than 12,000 kilometers that go into this, and that generates, and currently we have a portfolio of projects of investment of more than $1,300 million in course. So to talk about PPPs of a mechanism that makes them feasible, that makes this portfolio feasible, also represents a series of important challenges. By having these PPPs and to address these contracts which are of long term, it also, we could also say that there are many aspects that also have to be updated. Long-term projects with greater flexibility so they can incorporate among them changes and adapt to new technologies to the challenges that this energy transition has on the sector. And that these technologies be implemented according to this volatility so that investors can also have a very constructive and collaborative relationship, and they can also find mechanisms for solution that also help to resolve and assume new risks that appear in aspects such as environmental, social, when faced with climate change, exactly for infrastructure in which we operate and maintain. So PPPs are relevant, they're fundamental, and in fact, we have expectations and a strategy up until 2040. It identifies a portfolio and the potential for greater investment in the country, and our strategy is a strategy which we have denominated Energy for Transition. And this strategy has a lot of correlation with the sector in which we obtain, such as the trilemma, energy trilemma. So we are now it looks at three important domains. One, when it comes to how profitable, which is addressed via the development of these energy transition sectors, the key sectors, and also as new business models for energy in the sector, and a change and evolution of the energy matrix, which the second domain has to do with when it comes to the operation, safe, resilient operation of the infrastructure, which we said has many challenges for the technological evolution that appears due to challenges in climate change, and we are evidently with all our capability of being a referent when it comes to the management, so to say, of providing a service with these standards, these resilient standards, flexible standards, trustworthy standards for the operations that we have in the region. And the third domain is also have a management that aims for fair and clean. And this has to do with having a commitment that we are committed with generating an impact, a positive impact for the planet and the communities. And this is part of the philosophy of the company. So this has led us to have an interaction to be an important player for development of PPPs, and also to face jointly the challenges they have for development of great importance investments in the country. Yes, thank you, Maria Pilar. Thank you. Well, Rafael, let us talk with you a little bit more. We have what are the practical things that can be done for the realization of various projects from your experience in BidInvest? What financial innovations can promote even more the participation of the private sector in this regard? Well, yes, thank you very much, and thank you. It is a pleasure to be here. As you know, we are going in competition with another panel and also the Champions League in Madrid and Arsenal. If anybody's following that match, but it's a pleasure to be here for BidInvest, and also I should say more for the Bid Group. This energy transition poses many challenges and opportunities as well. If you see it as such, I think there are the essential challenges to bridge the infrastructure gap is very similar to what we have to do to have a transition, which is just quick and greater access and scale. And now we have the actives of quality, delays in obtaining the permits for the projects, and also availability of financing, equity and debt. And this goes into this for the bid because this goes into a holistic and synergistic for the public and private. And we as one IDB, we are now in a position to go in all the region and to be one of the entities that proposes innovation in a holistic manner. So the way in which UNIDP and innovation can be seen for a synergy, that is a clear example to what we have been doing for transmission for Ecuador as a public vision for this, and something we've done for Ecuador has also gone for the cap from the Peruvian side in such a manner that both sides can work in an efficient manner and that we can have a synergy in a stable manner. So innovation also from the part of the bank, innovation of a proper innovation. For example, BID has a guarantee for the first and second tenders for 850 megawatts, which is a guarantee for liquidity for payment for distributors and providers. This is an innovation because it creates a motivation factor for this part. And also my friend Sylvia also has this with us, and of course she works upstream. And we have this in Uruguay with UTEL, what they call the Uruguayan miracle. From 2011 up to 40% to the matrix is something that's also very important. And it's also that when we're trying to create frameworks of PPP, but not only for renewables, but also for the next phase, creating the proper generation too, to also enable the transition macros, and also that the price is reduced for citizens, which also gives way to the next generation of technologies. For example, we're not talking about green hydrogen if the prices of 7% of the feedstock of green hydrogen is the cost of renewables as such. So that is just something of what we're doing, and from Bid Invest, what we do is we're looking at from a more strategic innovation. But from Bid Invest, we see it as how we can connect this impact project we create as IDP with our investors and with US that provides that investment, and that is part of this model we have to create structures that are bankable, to where we can have a proper distribution and bring investment from outside. When it comes to energy, it's also access and scale. LG Amazonia for fair energy and transmission. I believe that, as we have seen, that is something that we're not creating a local transmission or an interconnection transmission, but it is going to be something that leads us to fair energy. And I believe I can stop right there, and we can keep on talking later on during the questions. Perfect, yes, yes, perfect, yes. Well, thank you. It's good for knowing there's energy between the public and private sector, and seeing effectively. If I've been working a lot in the public sector, we can collaborate in many of the projects. It is a pleasure to find this complementarity of experience and knowledge. Paul. Going to this aspect we have seen about on regulatory matters. I don't know if you have. This is my friend from the private sector. So I would like to ask you, what are the main regulatory challenges that PPP implementations face for the energy sector in Latin America and Caribbean? What adjustments would ensure the safety for investors? Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you for the invitation, for being a panelist here, and for those who are just joining us. Well, thank you for joining us from abroad. Me, well, I have 24 years as an external consultant of the Peruvian agency of PPPs called ProInversión. I have experienced everything, good times, bad times. I have seen a great deal of regulation and legislation have changed with the objective of improving things. I've seen, I don't know, 10, 15 executive directors. So I believe that yes, effectively we can share some lessons learned as to how the regulatory framework could be to improve PPPs in general, including the PPPs of energy. And I believe the most important regulation is not the one that states how PPPs have to be, but who is the one that is actually do or be part of this PPP. So we have more like 60 energy concessions. It's possibly the sector, the economical sector in where PPPs have had more, has had more success and have been more present in our country. So what I'm going to say is not only useful for PPPs in energy, but also for PPPs of any sector. The first is people, not innovating models, not permits of people or contract design, but who are the people who design the PPPs. And then if you could design from zero, from scratch, the first PPPs that which we should invent is how can we obtain this personnel or human talent for PPP. Even if you don't have proper laws, we have good tables, a good role, a good personnel can affect things. You could have a great table, but you don't have proper personnel to lead it. And I'm not saying this as a theory. I have lived it in my 25 years in the field, in the industry. If ProInversión is successful, it's wise because it still maintains itself relevant, and it also keeps people that have the knowledge. It keeps the cogwheels turning, even if there is political upheaval. So if number one is people, I would say number two is let us have simple laws. My experience is that when legislation evolves, and it evolves in something that is more detailed and reviews, and things have a chance of getting worse. When they had a PPP, they had 15 articles. One that has now, for example, 80. Things weren't necessarily better. So my second main advice is to keep it simple, law-wise, and something that also I believe goes well in the country is to have simple agreements. I do not know why. I'm a lawyer. I know why my colleagues have this. They want to have exceedingly long 80-page contract, 100-page contracts. And truth be told, I see electrical lines that find with a simple contract has 10 pages, and one has 100. It's the same. So technical annexes, you should execute the energy line. Description of what it is, it shouldn't take no more than 2 pages, not 20, because we're hiring a service, not works. So every time you add more words to a contract than it should, that is potentially an issue. So keep it simple, everything simple, including the wording, and of course, not only for PPPs, not only for just energy PPPs, but in my experience, it works fine. Now going into energy, then I would say that the most important regulatory issues that we have, and this is transcendent to anything. Number one is a firm price. Pricing have to be immune to regulation. First condition of bankability. You have to ensure the investor what their payment is going to be. Now we have to go to a regulator and and to treat him as a statue. Another thing is other conditions from the important contracts for bankability. Look, don't pay an investor anything until the infrastructure is operational. Do not begin to pay before the infrastructure, before everything is okay and everything's working. Do not pay. Another condition, and with this I will finish because they're telling me that I have now showed me the red card. The other condition is maximum transfer of risks. Sometimes investors say, no, but this risk should be in the hands of the state, etc., etc., etc. And when you give leeway, you end up in ruins. Let the private investor face the greatest amount of risks. Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for the description of these aspects that we have, regulatory aspects. We have a lot of experience in this. From your experience you have for financial planning of projects, what innovative planning do you have that can be adopted to improve the efficiency of PPPs for energy in Latin America? Well, thank you, Javier. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you, Javier, for the invitation. And well, as it was saying, UTE is the energy company in Uruguay that has vertical integration, so we go generation, transmission, and commercial distribution. UTE is guided by the general policies of energy of the country. And what we have here in the past few years, from 2005 and onward, is that the generation has gone from being a monopoly to being granted by private people. We have a change in regulation, and afterwards we also had a change in the way in which we operate, which is this power to be able to hire services of generation. And for that, it was basically renewable energies, that is to say, wind generation, biomass, or photovoltaic. In general, to make this viable, because in a country that begins this with 1,600,000 clients, it is impossible that the participation of private people and bancarization would happen naturally. For that, the first stage that UTE had to develop were contracts of what we call firm energy purchases for those private operators that were performing this investment, and to have the financing for the same. These contracts of firm energy purchases were for 20 years, and the reality is, why did UTE begin, or the country began to do it? It began to do it because essentially we had two origins of energy: hydraulic energy and thermal energy. And hydraulic energy depends a lot on climate conditions, whereas thermal energy has high cost because UTE Uruguay doesn't have any petroleum or any derivatives. So we had to deregulate the generation and allow the participation of private participation the same, to be able to do the investments as we had for our wind parks. What we did was to be able to make them feasible via the participation of UTE in the same. So we had to do it via many ways with public-private partnerships. It's not a PPP, a traditional PPP, but each of them via instruments or special vehicles, such as, for example, trusts or partnerships. UTE participated with some part of the capital, and we also financed the private part aspect via loans to various international entities via their private windows, and UTE would also provide part of its capital, and in many cases did the management, given the knowledge that they had in the sector. In this regard, we had this first stage of energy transition. We have an energy matrix that is oriented towards renewable energy. And as Rafa was saying, we have 40% of generation in renewables. And for hydroelectricity, we have like 90% of generation via renewable energy. The average is about 97% annually of renewable energy generation. We put us among the top 10 in the world for sustainable development. We also have entered into a stage of planning to begin to work with photovoltaic parks, given that the reality and quality, the ratio of quality price has been really good in its evolution. And in some cases, we have performed some management, some projects with our own funds, and we have also gone into the market for valuation. And when it comes to the actual market share, also is going into bankarization. So now we have motivated what is renewable energy, and to guide to the first places in the world, we have begun to improve the conditions of transmission, given that even though we have had many energy, but I can't transmit, and I don't have the energy available to me. And for that, we have also created a partnership, a PPP, via the creation of a trust with issuance in local money and very small multilateral investment with Fininvest. So in this regard, what we're doing is basically that it can be done, and not always will cooperation for public-private partnerships cannot be done with PPPs, but also there are other ways to grow.
Thank you. Thank you very much for speaking about the strategies and everything. And so, well, in this format, at this moment, we're asking for the vote for the question. Whatever has the majority of votes, that will be it. Here, it was pretty easy to define what the first question was. Well, the question is going to be, what about the models? The models that have the energy and also modernization of networks. And so if we can, in 1 minute tops, because we have very little time now, be able to answer that. And this would be with Rafael, yes. And this would be, let's see, flexibility would be one thing that's going to bring the private investment. We have to be adaptive to the solution and specific to the asset, really. I think that is part of what we're trying to get, this cycle of life of a project. And one project is going to be construction, like Uniperm, or long-term, depending on what the structure is or what the characteristics are of the project, more than just being an APP or not. It is truly creating APP structures that are adapting to the new technologies. For example, like the projects that we're carrying out now with solar and batteries, that we need a regulation that specifically goes there, leaving those regulatory changes to the side. That is a financial structuring that is going to be adapting to the type of project. And then once we have the mitigators, purchasing the credit, and then going up the products. Perfect, thank you. Andrea, taking into account that the clock says 2 minutes, but we have less, maybe 1. I think that in the sense of getting sort of mixed income and payment for availability, either from the state or the government, and another one to allow the person or the beneficiary to have systems for batteries or storage, to be able to have this space between the production and consumption. They could have the availability that could be, an anchor for the way that the project could work, but also to take advantage of the differences of the price, and to be able to have additional income to carry out the project. So to be more creative in the moment in which we allow perhaps the private to have additional income. Thank you very much, Maria del Pilar. I would reinforce this message given flexibility in the contracts that would allow us, and the adaptability that we'd have to have in the long term. And this is where we could incorporate all of the technological innovations we have in the life of this, contractually speaking, and others. And another thing that we would say is how to find these mechanisms of interaction with the state which are more effective, also adapted to the new reality, to climate change, and what makes us to be working together to make everything viable and possible. These are investments that are very large. Thank you very much. Sylvia. Well, I think basically when we search for new mechanisms for financing, we have to be very precise in how we assign with the risks, because I think this is something very important. The different stakeholders, public and private, can have an assignment of risk that is despair, and they can develop also within the range of knowledge, because we are going now into the second resolution or transformation. And this is electrical and decarbonization. And so I think there we have to cooperate, public and private have to cooperate, first of all, to develop the scientific knowledge and technological knowledge that will then take us to be able to have structures that are in accordance to public and private agreement. So part of the public is that part of the resources that we have, not just to apply them to new projects for investment, but we also many a time have a social part, social bonds and things like that, to ensure that we have what we need for our clients. And so I think that with the synergy between public and private to find in the sectors to be able to move forward in this second transformation. All right, thank you. Yes, I would just like to add something there. Now we have 100% to the access of electricity. Yes, exactly. We've reached 100%, not just taking advantage of distribution, but also in those places that are farthest away. We've used solar panels and we've given access to different refrigerators and heaters and all of these with the panels that are in each one of the establishments. Paul, what do you think? Just a minute to be able to attract more private investment. Yes, of course. Well, so the question is, what innovative models do we feel that we can place? We can have more penetration of renewable energy, correct? Well, in Uruguay, there is only one entity purchasing. So this would be competition generation. And in the case of Peru, I would not put APP or PPAs or PPPs to promote renewable energy. And in general, you have to know when to use it and when not to. I think that when the market can be competitive all and on its own, we should prefer the competition in the market and not make APPs or PPAs. They have a problem. They are super rigid. They have or they're immune to technological bases, and it is a very competitive segment. Look, we in Peru have done some PPPs for hydroelectrics. 30 years. We're paying payment of, we can have it for 35, and we are assuming inflexibility that is tremendous. I think that 20% of the regular demand is in this price. And so to be able to penetrate in renewable energies, I would not do PPAs or APPs. regulatory changes so that in the market they can decide how much energy, who, and to what price. What prices are we paying? More so when the curve of innovation has it's sort of a fall, a drop, which is significant. I would suggest more modification to be more competitive than the PPPs. Thank you very much, and I think that that is now the close of the panel. Given the time that we've been given, thank you very much for everyone who's heard us, heard the panelists, heard the discussion, because it was very enriching. We were speaking about flexibility for many reasons, flexibility for technology, the need to understand what the realities are for each and every one of us, and even flexibility to understand that we don't necessarily need the PPPs to be part of the equation. Thank you very much. Great. Well, we would like to thank our panelists, our moderator for having shared his experience, and well, we're going to go and do the official picture.
Gracias, por aquí, por favor.
Thank you. This way here, please. Go ahead.
Yo creo que ya estamos.
I believe we are now ready. Good afternoon to everybody. On our end, we can see who's actually listening to our panel by the color of the headphones. So there is a competition of the panel to the to my right to verify which is the one which you're looking. So I invite all of you who are listening to me to convince your colleague to change the number so that we can have more participation. But jokes aside, thank you for your participation. For this side that which is focused on the role of entities, subnational entities, for the promotion of infrastructure. And to discuss this, which is very important, we have organized a roast of participants with a lot of knowledge. Beginning with our right, we have Mr. Diego Martinez, who is an evaluator who's going to provide his invaluable experience. We have our Secretary of the Government of Brazilian State, Iwasusu, a lot of experience in APPs. And we also have Madame Ursula of the Municipality of Bogota and Mr. Bastos of the Bank of Brazil, who's going to share a little bit about his experience in Brazil. Thank you all for your interest in participating. The nature of the panel is everything in Latin America in general is very important in indicating the strength and the relevance of public-private partnerships for the diversification of public-private participation. While the world also focuses on the PPP and in roads and everything, when we look at the business, at the experience, we see roads, jails, and things of all kinds. So this diversification has been followed or has been promoted by a role ever so active of territorial institutions. What we are going to be doing for the next 40 minutes is to understand what are the advantages that these bring. What challenges do they bring at the subnational level? What are the challenges for this tendency, and also what lessons can we provide that are replicable? Now, almost always talking about challenges and obstacles we have is talking about the institutional designs that were done to make the best of these opportunities. And that is why we are going to talk about this institutional focus. And in this regard, I wanted to begin our dialogue with Diego, who is a counsel for the of Quito, to talk about something that is very important, which is the preparation of APP projects. As you know, the feasibility projects and structuring that create these models are absolutely complex. They consume time and energy, and they require a lot of technical qualification to succeed. So, Diego, if you could please tell us how the municipality of Quito sees the APPs in a more specific way. How are they looking at this challenge? Yes, thank you. A big challenge to all of you and to provide salutations. Thank you for the salutation. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. On behalf of the municipality of Quito, we are quite happy to say that even though the In the case of local governments, the experience with PPPs is almost non-existent. The municipality of Quito is the first municipality in all of Ecuador that has been able to institute the um, the implementation for public-private partnerships. No other municipality has done it. Quito is beginning this on how to make these public-private partnerships, but underneath this, in this logic, there are many challenges. The first one is to be able to obtain this prior experience, to be able to overcome these challenges. For other instances that have been done at the national level, but also to be able to overcome the challenges that the municipality has. The first one of which is to be able to complement initiatives of private investment, which are limited and that evidently are not enough to cover all the needs that the city has. In this first element, the main challenge, which has not been usually to what the Ecuador is usually used to, is to have a long-term and mid-term vision. There's the first thing which we are looking at, and which would seem quite simple at the beginning, but which usually does not happen in local governments, especially in smaller scale, especially when it comes as a small place such as Ecuador, when it comes to economic aspects. And something that is very important is the limited availability and quality of pre-investment studies. So we have uh, PPPs as an opportunity to overcome this, which would be highly, highly important, especially for subnational governments. But to this, we also have the heterogeneity that exists between the different autonomous governments, which are decentralized, as they are called in Ecuador. They have this heterogeneity for this, in which something that presupposes in a local government can be inexistent in the other. So the mechanism we have for public-private partnerships can be a tool, can be quite strong to be able to overcome this needs that we have that are overextended. Another aspect that we have is from the perspective of institutional equivalencies is the to be able to understand the dynamic that exists between the executive function of local governments and the legislative of local governments. Otherwise said, where do we put an emphasis or importance for these public-private partnerships? It is different when we have a local executive government, but one that provides approval. So this scheme in which we decide where do we provide these then imposes a logic as to how to manage an APP, because it is different if this is different from the executive or it goes through the executive. Something that which does not happen at the national levels. At the subnational levels, it's very important to have this emphasis and these roles that define when providing implementation of approval. Now, going to the last three institutions is the macroeconomical situation. Evidently, the macroeconomical situation in the case of Ecuador is complicated, and it has led us to have the decision to have Quito as the element that becomes a motor of change, trying to have investment, even though this doesn't happen in most of the country, which can be difficult, but which leads us to the decision of having to have an improvement of of the actual because otherwise, and this will be translated into a stagnation in the economy as well. So two other things from the economy also, we have to see how we manage the citizen participation. In many places, these schemes for citizen participation can be more flexible. For example, in the case of Quito, the scheme for participation is more detailed, and it necessitates to have some mechanisms that can be rather complicated. So in the first experience we have had, we have the first element which we want to overcome. So next is the hierarchy of the actual norms. It is important that all of these are over all those others which do not allow the obstaculization of the event to have a successful thing that will lead us to achieve those private projects. I have a question to follow up, if I may. We know that PID is designing the support for Quito. We know that you place your bets on, or you bet on public initiatives, on private initiatives to be able to design everything of feasibility. So, what do you think to date? Have they worked? Have they worked or not? And if they did, would you recommend a municipality to have everything on
Para tener todo. Ab- a- Absolutely, yes, of course. I mean, affirmative. Ecuadorians have like a year and 3 months of approval. This is the first city that implemented this. And, well, for the incentives, the private incentives, we have coincided 15, 15, 15. So the appetite, further than the activities that the cities can or cannot have, it's the private sector with their initiatives that they're ready. And then they have the policy that's there, and so they have to take advantage of this. This allows them to get over some limitations. And they can make it successful. So afterwards, I would like to join all the experiences, and we have the participation of the private sector more or less in a successful way. We wanted to go to another institutional subject, if you may allow me. In the south, in Quito, they've tested the mechanism of APP for several years for successes and problems. I wanted to ask, how do you feel about the dimension? Can you hear me? Great. How do you see this dimension of the risks of the projects? How is it that it allows you to expand or not expand? And the question is, how have they diminished the risks of the investors? And what impact has this had to be able to expand everything? Well, it's an honor to begin with. Let's remember in 2015 when we started our program with the association, you were with us, and we had very relevant conclusions. In Brazil, we've been working for 30 years in all of this law for APP, and we are slightly newer in this program. We started less than 10 years ago, and I would say that really there are lots of associated laws to these discussions and also the project and long term. Perhaps just start thinking of a good structure of risk matrices, in the sense in which we can understand the demands of society in a very responsible way, and to be able to see how the public can actually deliver to society and how to balance that together with the market interest. And so I would say that we started a project with a lot of responsibility, with a diagnosis which was very well made, that without a doubt. Being careful and, of course, thinking in the right way and the risk distribution, I believe that we have great opportunity to be able to have success in this development. There are, of course, a lot of risks, contingencies. We had, and that's why I can say it like this, we had an evolution that was very large related to the maturity on an institutional level, which makes reference to the APPs and concessions. And this maturity also comes from the market, and that makes it so that we could distribute the risks better. We could place them better, because if we see or look a few years ago, we would see a slight scandal related to the risks. We would perhaps send all the risks to the private sector, and so we were careful there. And we searched for not just bringing regulations for everything we do, but also bringing elements for governance, rules, and in a very active way to be able to practice these governances. And so that made it so that we could build a relationship that was very trusting with the market. And, well, related to something very sensitive in Brazil, it is, related to public guarantees. And so at that point, we have a mechanism which is double guarantee. And that double guarantee mechanism involves the payments with, public prestations and also resources from the public in those modalities. In Brazil, that's what we call administrative concessions. And we also have quotas of transferal for the federal government to be able to guarantee the payments. And on the other side, we also have the formation of a stock, which are budgetary stocks that are used exclusively for the coverage of a network of implementation. That stock, that resource stock, has a high cost to the government. Today, we are debating other possibilities, perhaps with BID or the Brazilian bank, so that they can bring other possibilities, perhaps something more robust. And that way we can perhaps hire specific operations or a coverage with APPs so that we can act not just in the moment in which we need implementation. And of course, that's not something that's done overnight. For us to be able to have a good structure of guarantees, we have to have work. We need to have tax work. It's very important. It's not possible to be able to offer a guarantee if it doesn't exist, if this entire tax doesn't exist. And so all of Mato Sur, perhaps in the last 2 decades, had a very important job in making their reforms. They were taxing and administrative, because before the state could look forward and truly bring a lot of stability and safety in being able to bring these guarantees. Well, I learned with the APPs that the incentives are definitely key to being able to make this work. So anyone that is listening to our panel, they're going to, learn more. So, of course, go ahead. Go ahead. Jokes aside, how much? They're commenting subjects that are very specific and different from the national APPs. You see the challenges for preparation, and also the associated risks to public hiring. These are things that, Mato Grosso had, because it was, we have a lot to teach to others. But at the same lines, this is linked to the cycle of the project. So it's much easier to move the national with all of the institutional capabilities or capacities, and to drive the flux, especially in regulation and the contracts. And so that's why we asked, Bogota signed a contract which was spectacular, which was with the support of the PAN, and mentioned several other projects. And so the consultation was, how did Bogota face the challenge of being able to have these, and how are they preparing to be able to manage the contracts? Well, thank you very much, Marcos, for the invitation and BID. And well, here there are several things that we can talk about. First of all, for Bogota, the EPPs are an important bet from us. It's not just something to solve infrastructure, but it's something to guarantee jobs. We're talking about 2023, 2026, and 14 direct jobs that are generated. We can also see an important manner in which we can generate more investment, because this has generated more investment, which has been great for us. And the third point, which, well, for us is very important, it's helping us to close gaps that are important. Hospitals, like what you've mentioned, they have a differential of 2.5 million people, and so it is in Bosa, and this is a sector of the city with the significant deficits, and so the closure of these are fundamental. Bogota has been working for several years now, in the implementation of the APPs, as you mentioned. Now, we, from the Secretariat's Office of Planning, we help to articulate the private with the public. Obviously, the contracts are going ahead, and at this moment, we're structuring 9 schools with the Secretariat's Office of Education, and the Secretariat of Planning also disarticulates to be able to give it legal stability and to be able to make the process more agile. This is what we've done, and this is what we've been learning in the chain of experiences that we have in the APPs. This articulation is linked to what we've talked about. There are a lot of panelists. It's just doing the paperwork. When it's not inside of the administration, they know well how to go forward with this, how to help, how to solve, and get over possible difficulties in the sector to be able to move forward. And another second important thing that we have been moving forward in the administration of Bogota is training. Training has become a crucial act in this, because we've had training just to be able to have the training installed within the installment or the interpretation. And so this is both the president and also the mayors that rotate, and for us, this knowledge and the continuity has to maintain. And so for us, training has been crucial, and it's been something that we've been implementing. Like next week, we have a course for all of the workers in the public sector, or, well, for the different aspects, so that the knowledge in APPs are sort of like black box, that sometimes they tend to be very specialized knowledge. And so this entire curve of knowledge and all of the implementation of strategies from the public sector to make the work more sort of efficient is this. And now we go to managing the contracts, which is where the question is, really. I'm going to allow myself an anecdote. You see, not long ago, I got together with Campino, which is a football stadium, which at that point, which was an APP, and it was going to have a new stadium, and it was going to be around what the stadium is, and they were asking, okay, what's next? And, well, they say the only thing that I'm asking for, which was to just not to leave the sun. They say, well, all of the execution, and they say, don't leave us alone. And for us, that is sort of the line of a strategy and what we're trying to implement now and what's coming in regards to contracts. So what does this mean? It's having knowledge or having a capacity installed within the district where the knowledge stays. It gives permeability, and also those that are working, those that are in charge of the APPs, to have a certain continuity which is different than what's happening in the governments, and that is fundamental. Another important thing is that resources for these teams inside of the district, and so we are not sending to the one that is contracting or those that are going to be executing the APP. It's to understand that here there are, well, it's not an alliance, it's a sort of an association of such. And as a district, we are interested in continuing the process, and It's so that these can reach a good term in the good times that have been specified in the contract. And a third point that is important is, well, it is the help in this process. This process of, contract management, so that all of the paperwork and everything can move forward. Here we have working the soil, we have population, we have neighbors, and here it's important also to accompany, and it has to be decided from the district. And so obviously we don't have the knowledge accumulated like what we have in the first stages, but we are implementing all of that being accompanied, and all of the follow-up, which is after hiring, with the same, let's say, strength and decision that we are carrying out in the structure of the projects. And so in summary, we have very good experience and, let's say, a stable regulation, and also stable things in Bogota. We're working on human talent, just to summarize it in one word, and how this accompanies and this delivery, how it is decisive in the second phase of the process. Okay, so what you were saying, but I mean the condition of the process, from the preparation, and they have to create the conditions, correct, so that everything during the management can be incorporated in the previous stages, right, with the projects. That's my understanding, but I don't know. It's like, how many, if you had to guesstimate, how many people do you believe in Panama are involved in something like this? Well, look, I can give you a number that this course that we just launched has already had 180 different workers in the district. And this is important because these are the entities that these people are proposing, and they would like to start managing this. And so for the numbers of the district, 180 is a very interesting number. Incredible, perhaps. 180 people that are trained with this, that would be excellent. And okay, so one question. What do you think? I mean, not in the case of Peru, but something more abstract, perhaps. Bogota, is one of the largest cities in the region, the richest, the most trained, but still, I feel like they don't have a lot of support from the central government. If you could, in your dream world, imagine a central support with the national government, with territorial aspects, what type of support do you believe would be ideal? That is a complex question. You see, Bogota has good autonomy, it has good financial stability, and it's robust. And so I believe that Bogota may have the conditions so that the APPs, or those interested, they can find the stability that are required for the processes. And of course, the support of the nation is important, but it's worth highlighting that in Bogota, they have the autonomy. Super. Okay, what I wanted exactly in this context is that Brazil has over 5,000. There are a lot of autonomous areas, and there is an important movement here, almost towards the end, and other institutions that are developed, that are institutions that are very much there, and they create support to different dimensions, let's say. One of them is Brazil. And I don't know if I could present really what the vision of the Bank of Brazil has, so that we can move forward. What is the role of the Bank of Brazil, and how you have the support to entities that are for that? Well, hello to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for this panel with colleagues speaking about issues that are so important. It's like the importance to be able to see those nationals in Brazil in this ecosystem of PPPs. It's very interesting to be able to speak. We've already spoken about the importance of the complexity of the projects and the risks and the generation of different capacities that they have in Bogota. And through regulative instruction, the Ministry of Hacienda in Brazil that allowed instituted that the wanted to have concrete unions, and they would have to have their counterparts, and amongst which it's the generation of capabilities or capacities, and this is one of the points that the Bank of Brazil has been working on. And from that point, we have worked together with different institutions of excellence to be able to hire in this issue regarding PPTs and concessions and offering them for free to public agents and also the collaborators in the subnational institutions. We've already hired a base, and we have international certifications. We have investments, which is known in this ecosystem. But our point is to be able to train in a more complete way, and the collaborators. We have called that like seeing a way of doing it or hiring training to be able to make it more detailed so that we can make these bids more cheaper, basically, and to continue scaling that pyramid. We have MEs, which are generated by this, and then we have the structuring of the project, which we believe is very important, but we're also developing other things together with the institutions. And this is contracts. This is something that sometimes goes towards the end as if it were important, but everything is important working in parallel. So I like the aspect regarding masters and, the short and long term, we can have better capabilities so that we can have a more sustainable program, which is the program of PPPs in Brazil. Another point that Brazil decided to work is guarantees. The Brazilian bank has a puzzle of some institutional projects for the government and the different cities for subnationals, and with that we're developing models of guarantees to be able to make payment private, and we believe which is another point that I'm going to bring, which is, credits with sovereign guarantees. This is a model because we believe that the credit shouldn't be left with the money stopped, but they could have a standby, and the public or private, and they can have the quota to be able to make this payment. And all of this to everything based on this model that's designed. It's just that the training, we have this together with the support of the institutions that are already installed. And this is not just to train just for training. This is the correct training for the correct collaborator in the stage in which they have the ecosystems. And so this is an initiative that really does cover a lot of associates. We have an initiative with Marcos's team to be able to make the MOT, which is a very well-known course. But we have specific sectors. Also here in Brazil, we have education. And so it's just summarizing this. These are two fronts that Brazil has decided to work on very strongly, and it would be the generating capacities and also the guarantees. Now, this does not mean that we're working in a traditional framework. We have credit so that people can work with the APPs, and we have credits which are private or not. And this is work that is more towards the bank, and we working on an ecosystem to be able to train. And perhaps it doesn't really seem like an activity that is here. Well, I mean, you have the amount of people that in the Bank of Brazil wants to train from the municipalities and the states in the next few years. Now, like the amount of people that are being trained. Well, I could say that we already have the initiatives that are hired within this pyramid. We have over 7,000 permits that from an initiative which is very innovative, which is PaperFlix, which is the streaming of PPPs, which is where we have the stages and who looks at the jurisdictional timing, which is like a test. And if they're qualified, they can have an international certification. They have MBAs, masters. They can have investments in outside of the country, which is very important in Brazil. But we have 7,000 hired, and this is something that we have at the beginning because this resource, this is something that we had from the beginning. It's fed in the next year, and so we have decided to invest in this, and it's not going to stop. We understand that this is going to be a continuous program, and that we're going to be able to train a lot of different collaborators in time. Well, maybe this solves the problem of capitals, but this just supporting several different things in the cycle from preparation and others, but I didn't want to not suggest this idea or reflection upon if this is a capacity or capability with training, if it is able to go over the role that the private sector has, if it is possible to imagine a world because the installed capacity of the government is enough or not. And I don't know if it's possible. I believe that a lot of the initiatives have not been successful. Matrosu has made different procedures and something very similar from the private initiatives or public initiatives, and they carry out things here in the institution. And so the state has made, we've done this in the past, it's been successful. Yeah. That was our first initiative because we began a process where we had our structure for the first concession, which was an administrative concession. It was a very challenging project because it was involving 68 different districts, and it's a service which is competition. So it was really big. We structured the project through the PMI. We moved forward a lot with that, and today we still act together with PMI, but with only one unique organizer. So it was a very important mission that we were able to bring to the market, and a very serious, committed market. And so we had, above everything, we had an exchange of experiences and a knowledge that was incorporated, just very incorporated for the structure through these procedures. And of course, for that, we needed to have a governance which was very solid and established, because this is a process that could continue all the way to the end. Currently, we still act with PMI in some concessions, like for roads. And so this is a way in which we can have just more agility in these processes and to bring governance and knowledge for our structures. And it's worked very well. Well, your comment will definitely coincide with the rest, and it's just the challenge that they have. We could try it out with several different things, but at the end of the day, I mean, to develop institutional capabilities, to have, or capacities, to have teams that are capable of managing this cycle of projects. It's with the management of the studies, private and public, and carrying out the studies with these initiatives, managing the contracts to be able to create internal capabilities. This is the challenge that we have, and it has to be much more evident because it is much more difficult to be able to build this. That's why the work each one of you has is more difficult because, I mean, this is something that's said. It's to translate or transform. And it is the PPPs are able to transcend these advantages for some of the population, like hospitals and others. And well, this translation is possible on a local level, and it requires this effort, which is what each and every one of you do. And that's why, well, I say thank you very much, and thank you for the experience, and, well, round of applause for you.
Hacemos la participación de nuestros panelistas.
We thank for the participation of our panelists, and now we invite you now for the official picture.
Muchas gracias. Por aquí.
Thank you very much, and you can now leave the via this way, can exit this way.
Por favor, nosotros que continuamos.
Please, we will continue with the next activity, and we ask you to remain in the hall until we finish the parallel panel.